Hello. Good evening. We are starting at 7. We are starting at 7. They are repeating. We are starting at 12. We are starting at 12. We are starting at
Oyunlar. Evangelii mazem tu ce se urmăzi, nu dacă cu zăgăști
Check microphone.
Kambensohotse hanze gato. Ashyiraho na video.
Microphone. Check microphone 1, 2.
Flo. Welcome.
Microphone 1. Check microphone 1, 2.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay, can you switch me to the Zoom?
Hello. Check microphone 1.
Okay,
Yeah. Check microphone 1, 2.
okay, that's good.
Yeah. Microphone 1, 2.
Okay. I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you.
That's all right.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Eh?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Uri kunyumva?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, uh, can we check the live streaming?
Uri kumbona? Yes. Okay. Ndi kubona fresh.
Yes, the voice is okay.
Yeah.
But there is a delay between the video, the picture and the voice. There is a short delay. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, karibu na Tanzania. Okay. Testing, testing, testing. Ladies and gentlemen, testing, testing. Some echoes here. Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu, karibu. Happy International Women's Day. Hello. Hello. Hey. Testing, testing, testing. Hello. Hey. Ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Testing. I think it works. Does it work? Can we request everyone to mute their Zoom connection if they are connected to Zoom? Announcement. Announcement. If you are connected to Zoom, please mute. Thank you.
abari gutanga amasezerano abari kuyatanga hanyuma hagira umuntu uhagarara bugufi yayo uzajya abahereza ubundi nabwo muri babiri umwe uvuze haraza urabona undi nawe utangiye guhamagara abantu umuntu namara gutanga ajyane n'uwo yahaye ababona serivisi n'abazitanga mubanze muhamagara abazitanga urabona ujye muhamagara nk'abantu batatu bariya ni icumi twahamagara batatu hanyuma batatu amasamura bahamagare bari kugira ngo no guhagarara wenyine muraba
ushobora no kubikorera kuri aha ngaha because I have a list here. Icyo nshaka so MTN number 20 kuri this one. Yes, application. Hariho cyane. AFDD. To make it more interesting. Sorry. Applicant here. Chairman wa PSF very important. When ambassador was talking alikiti na imo kwa terete. Tukamana na you are capacity building and building capacity. Entrepreneurship capacity. Restriction rero nuko tutazi ibihuzo nka RDB, BNL, RDB ubundi twari twavuze ngo hari ibintu iyo naza shize cabinet member akagenda kumenya gadawazi dushobora no kumwongera umwe muri abo naho nta kibazo nta muntu nta kigo arinda kugira ngo arinda benshi cyane turareba nibamara kugira normally igipapuro cyanjye nagitayeho hariya ndasubirayo ntacyo mu magana. Nari nateguye ko. Ah. Urumva twebwe kuri telefone.
First you and women. Yes.
Okay, I can see myself already. Hi, I'm Ben. Hi. Yeah, you say hi. Good evening, sir. Yes, but it's still how is business now? Wait. Yeah, if I come up one, you see, I have down. Yeah, exactly. You are moving. Oh, your profit. Yeah. Yeah, of course. No, no, no. Of course.
Hello, hi Melissa.
Hi.
Okay, thank you very much. We just wanted to do the test. And apologies, we're having a small delay. We are waiting for the ministers to come, but we will confirm to you in a few minutes when we're starting.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Apologies, we're having a small delay. We are waiting for the ministers to come, but we will confirm to you in a few minutes when we're starting.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, let's see.
Hello, testing.
Good afternoon, Regional Director. We just want to do a rapid text. Thanks for turning on the camera. We'll confirm shortly when we're starting.
Okay, so I can switch off now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And sorry for the delay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin by giving a warm welcome, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to this beautiful Serena Hotel. Before we go ahead, I would like to introduce ourselves. We will be your masters of ceremony, and I don't remember in gender equality what to mean by.
I think first of ceremony will do for both.
Okay. Ladies of ceremony, so my name is Chirenga Clement. I work for UNDP. Tonight I will help you to discuss, to converse, and I'll be with my colleague. You hear her? Are the microphones working? Do you hear us?
Okay.
Is it good?
Okay, my name is Diana Kwarisima. I'm happy to be with you this evening. I'm standing in for the private sector.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting a lot of time, we would like to welcome you to this beautiful evening. This beautiful evening is a mixture of, you know, glamour, dinner, fun, but also a little bit of seriousness, serious conversation, because we are in the context of celebration of International Women's Day, March 8th, but it's a month or week. And tonight, the main objective actually gathering, we're expecting almost 100 participants or guests. And I guess we are close to that number. So we are here to mainly due to two things. One, to award and certify companies and public institutions that have demonstrated their efforts in promoting gender equality through gender accountability in their businesses, in their workplaces. They are government institutions, but they are also public, private companies. Presently, we'll be awarding 9 companies. I won't say the names. Would you like to guess names? No. So we would be awarding 9 companies, and we'll be recognizing close to, I think, 10 institutions and companies that show their efforts in promoting gender equality. Diana, what do you think? How do you see the evening?
I look forward to more excitement in the room. Ariko nkuko yabivugaga, reka mbanze nje muri uruhande rundi. Ikiduteranyiriza uyu munsi cyangwa ikiduteranyirije hano uyu munsi, tugiye guhemba ibigo byitwaye neza mu kubahiriza uburinganire, ari byo twita gender equality. Ibyo bigo harimo ibiri bubone certificates zo kubashimira intambwe bamaze gutera bari mu nzira nziza. Hakabamo n'ibindi bigo biri buhabwe icyitwa seal, gender equality seal. Ibyo ni ibigo 9. Ibihabwa certificates ni 10, ibihabwa seal ni 9. Mu 10 harimo ibigo 4 bya leta, hakabamo na 6 by'abikorera ku giti cyabo. Noneho muri bya bindi 9 n'ibyo abikorera ku giti cyabo, ndibaza nsabye ko twabakomera amashyi none ntabwo naba nkoshe.
Thank you so much, Diana. So I don't know, maybe we should run quickly. There was an agenda on the board, but if we go through it quickly, after arrival, I guess everyone tested negative, no doubt, to COVID, because we were testing COVID down there. And we, at this hour, just in a few minutes, we'll be having welcome remarks by the chairperson of Private Sector Federation, Mr. Robert Bafakurera. And then after, we shall have 2 guests giving opening remarks. One of them, actually, we are happy to inform you that we are here in the room, but we also have 2 guests that will be participating online. And one of them is UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, Mrs. Ahuna Aziakonwa, who is online. And then we also have another colleague online, the Acting Deputy Director, Pan-African Program, High Commission for Canada, based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. She will also be participating online. So after remarks by UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, we shall have a Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, Professor Jeanette Bayisenge giving us opening remarks. And then we shall have a keynote address by a UN resident coordinator, Mr. Fodin Ndiaye. After then, we'll be having, why don't I let you continue, Jeanette?
Okay.
Did I call you Jeanette?
Today,
Okay.
you are the referent. I
Okay.
get baptized at your convenience.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy with that. Okay. Turi bukurikizeho guhemba companies zo muri zaba izo muri leta zaba izo mu bikorera ziza
Wenda
Oh,
mbere
sorry,
gatoya
sorry.
turaza
No.
kureba filime mbarankuru cyangwa filime documentaire. Communication team dufite ikipe nziza cyane hari inyuma iri butwereke agafilime hari katwereka urugendo rwo iyi miryango se companies cyangwa inzego za leta zagiye zitera. Nyuma yaho rero harazaho ku icyo yaravuze mwakomerezaho.
harakurikiraho guhemba ibigo nk'uko nari mbivuze, ibyo tukaza kubiyoborwamo na UN Women. Clement, watwibutsa ku izina.
Mrs. Karine Wanteje will help us to recognize the companies and public institutions that we mentioned that demonstrated their efforts to promote gender accountability in their workplaces. And then we'll have a dinner. I rush to having dinner because it's also very important. It's compulsory for everyone.
That's the one must do for everyone,
Yes.
getting the certificate or not.
Yeah.
That's the mandatory activity in this room. Nyuma ya dinner, nyuma yo gufungura, turaza kongera tubone documentary yindi hano yerekana ibyo ibigo byagiye bigeraho cyangwa se ibyo twise achievements muri uru rugendo rwo kubahiriza ihame ry'uburinganire cyangwa se kwimakaza ihame ry'uburinganire. Nyuma yaho turaza guhemba bya bigo 9 twababwiye bihabwa gender equality seal. Mbega ibyo urebye niwo muhango cyane cyane.
Maybe that's very important for non-Kinyarwanda speaking to understand, to get.
Yes, sure.
After recognizing private companies for their efforts by Karine Wanteje representing UN Women, shall have dinner, and then after then we'll have another documentary, and then the main activity will be awarding companies that got very, I think achieved a lot, outstanding in gender accountability. But we shall define what outstanding means, what they got and why, and what that means in real life. Is it you get gold or whatever and you think you're done, or is it actually recognition to encourage you to do more?
Twibukiranye kandi ko uru rugendo rwo kubaha cyangwa se kwimakaza ihame ry'uburinganire ari urugendo twatangiye nk'ibigo nk'igihugu dufatanyije na Gender Monitoring Office, Private Sector Federation, UNDP, UN Women. Byatangiye mu 2017. Icyo gihe hari ibigo biteraniye hano uyu munsi byatangiranye n'urwo rugendo. Turabashimiye kuba mwaratangiye icyo gihe mukaba mushoje mubona impamyabushobozi uno munsi.
So it's been a journey since 2017. Companies that will be awarded and recognized, and public institutions really demonstrated great commitment in promoting gender accountability in their workplaces by doing what will show you that they did. So it's been a journey. It's been through hurdles, challenges, but it's also been fun because here we are talking about human beings. We are talking about gender equality between both sexes, but we're also talking about creating an enabling environment in a workplace to work comfortably. And what it means to these CEOs, they will be talking about what has been actually added in their businesses, what they achieve. If you promote gender equality, what happens? Because it's not an end in itself. Then.
Nyuma yaho turaza kumva ijambo ry'uhagarariye ibigo byahembwe araza kuri tugezaho ubwo birumvikana ko ari ijambo ryo gushima ari we wiswe na representative of partners turamufite.
So representing the companies that will be awarded will be the chairperson of Rwanda Private Sector Federation, Mr. Robert Wapakwera. We're speaking on the behalf of companies that have been awarded. You know, Private Sector Federation coordinates private companies in Rwanda.
Nyuma yaho turaza kugira ijambo risoza, noneho dufate n'ifoto nk'abantu duteraniye hano twese, ubwo igitaramo gitangira ayo masaha.
And then we'll have closing remarks by Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, who will be our guest of honor. Then we'll have a series of photos will guide you how to go. But before we actually go to follow on the agenda, Diana, you are telling me, you know, this is the week or the month of commemoration or celebration of International Women's Day. I was telling Diana that on the International Women's Day, a friend of mine went out with a friend. There were two couples. This is real. Don't think it's a joke. It's a mixture of you know, speeches or whatever, but there's also a little bit of comedy, but also reality. So they went out, two couples, husband, wife. Of course, they wanted to make their spouses happy, and this guy looked at the wife, and they started making orders, pressing orders, what they eat, food and drinks. Then this guy, they're actually friends of mine. So this guy looks at the food that was ordered by the wife and said, "How?" He started laughing. He said, "What kind of order have you pressed? What kind of food is that?" You know, this woman was very, very smart. Do you know what she said? She looked at the husband and said, "Oh, so you are laughing at the choice of food I make. Be careful, because you are one of the choices I made." Did you understand that? Should I repeat? No, I don't have to repeat. So men and women should be careful why you criticize your spouse's choices, because you are one of them. You are one of the choices. Diana.
Twibukiranye kandi ko tukiri mu cyumweru n'ukwezi ko kwizihiza umunsi mpuzamahanga w'abagore. Ababa bataratanga indabo ntabwo hararenga. Hari abagiye babwira abadamu babo, bashiki babo, abamama babo ngo bazitumije hanze ziracyari majerwa, mushyiremo imbaraga kuzidedwana, ukwezi kuracyari kurekire.
Thank you so much. So let's go straight to the implementation of our agenda. So we would like to kindly alert the chairperson of Private Sector Federation, Mr. Robert Wapakwera, if you can please come forward and give your welcome remarks.
Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, the Chief Gender Monitor, United Nations Resident Coordinator, Deputy Resident Representative of the United Nations Development Program, heads of private sector companies, development partners, government officials, those following us virtually, dignified ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I warmly welcome you to this magnificent event of certification and recognition of private companies and public institutions for promoting gender accountability. It is with this immense pleasure that I stand here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to sincerely thank Gender Monitoring, the United Nations Development Program, and the UN Women who have been amazing partners in ensuring that the Gender Equality Seal program is implemented without any hindrance, despite the hardshipness encountered caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which hit everyone hard, but the private sector the hardest. The COVID-19 pandemic, furthermore, I commend the 9 companies that will be certified shortly, as well as the 3rd cohort of the institutions that will be recognized for continuous striving to bridge the gender gaps. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gender Equality Seal program has been a mirror through which the private sector has had to do self-reflections. Thus far, the private sector federation has registered numerous achievements that include, but not limited, to the development of the 2nd generation of the gender mainstream strategy for the private sector 2020-2024. That, among others, aims to promote gender equality in the sector and enhance inclusive and sustainable economic transformation. The PSF has also been intentional in enhancing inclusive and sustainable, conducting gender sensitive elections that are still ongoing, and with that in mind, addressing the 5th thematic strategic pillar of our gender mainstream strategy, that is to enhance gender responsive governance in the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of the tremendous achievements of the private sector in bridging the identified agenda gaps, persistent challenges have been noted, and highest on the list is the low numbers of female students pursuing, graduating, and employed in STEM technical courses, which are key in job creation and accelerating the country's vision of creating decent and off-farm jobs, which will accelerate the country to middle income status by 2035. This will keep the imbalance in the job market on the high, hence confining women to traditionally female-dominated jobs. To address this gap, the private sector will have a work hand in hand with higher institutions of learning, as well as partner in public institutions like RDB and the Ministry of Public Service and Labor in its bid to upgrade skills among female graduates through dual training and internship programs by implementing workplace learning interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, as I end my remarks, therefore, as we move forward towards certifying these 9 companies and recognize the 3rd cohort for promoting gender accountability in the daily running of their companies, I earnestly call upon the rest of the companies that have not been this call yet to act urgently and commit to the Gender Equality Seal program that will drive us all as the private sector to eliminate all forms of gender inequalities in the workplace. Have a good evening. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robert. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your claps. So before we go forward, I think they can give us a little bit of music, but I just wanted to alert our colleagues there on the technique to prepare for the opening remarks. of UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa. Mrs. Ahuna Ezekonwa is online and she's been following. So shortly we shall have her and listen to her. But it's very wonderful that we are interacting. And we maybe they will say in the speeches, but we just wanted to inform you that it's the gender certification seal is the first of its kind in Africa that it's happening. And this is why today, this evening, we feel so delighted. And we feel that it's amazing that all of you came here to witness this. It's the first in Africa, and Rwanda being the first country in Africa actually to do it. There's no wonder, because it's the best country that has the highest number of women in parliament. And so there's no wonder because of political commitment, but also commitment by the private sector, whose representatives, the CEOs, the directors general are here present. So if they can please switch on, and we welcome
You have everything. Proceed as the way. They are here to get paid just after the way.
ngo mu gihe bagiye connectinga, nigeze kubabwira ariko byaranshekeje rwose. Nababwiye couple ebyiri zasohokanye ku munsi mukuru w'abagore, hanyuma umugabo agaseka umugore we ngo kubera ibiryo yatse atumiye, yamuseka umugore akamubwira ati ariko ntukanseke ihitamo ryanjye kuko uri kimwe mu byo nahisemo. Ubwo rero mujye mwitonda iyo museka abantu babahisemo, uburi umwe muri choices yakoze kandi aba yarahisemo neza. Nicyo bishatse kuvuga, ntabwo nshatse kuvuga ko aba yarahisemo nabi, nicyo nari nshatse kuvuga. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the connection to New York, let's be chatting, but in the meantime, we recognize all the CEOs that are here. I don't want to mention names because, you know, in private sector, there's always competition, but it's not competition. It's the commitment and effort to do more. It's the commitment to do the best. If I said bank so-and-so, the CEO of bank so-and-so, bank X might say, oh, why didn't you mention me? Maybe all of us might go to that bank tomorrow and open bank accounts. So this is why I'm keeping it at that level. But also recognize, as we said, government institutions, beginning with the guest of honor. And so I stop here, sorry. Mrs. Ahuna, we are waiting for you, and in the room in Serena Hotel, we are gathering close to 100 people, including honorable ministers, UNRC, Chief Gender Monitor, and CEOs. We are listening to you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you very well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for having me. Let me start by saying my greetings to the Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, also to the Minister of Trade and Industry, all the ministers in the room and senior government officials, our resident coordinator, dear friend Fode, also UNDP Res Rep, Marx, the heads of diplomatic missions who are present, but also other UN colleagues, and of course my UNDP colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's say all protocol observed. I'm obviously missing a lot in that serene room. It is green and vibrant, and I understand you even have dinner coming up. So sorry to miss it all by being virtual, but still better to connect than not. So let me start by wishing you all, especially the incredible women in the room, a happy International Women's Day, week, month. It's still our month, so that's still appropriate. Today is really a great day to be celebrating empowerment of women and gender equality. And let me really thank all of you for honoring our invitation to witness and be part of Africa's first ever gender equality seal certification ceremony for the private sector. Rwanda is first in many things, and this is no exception. The global theme of the celebration of this year's International Women's Day is gender equality today for a sustainable tomorrow. And of course, simply put, this means that there is really no sustainable future without gender equality. Undoubtedly, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed critical gains on women's labor force participation and poverty reduction in general. And this has worsened pre-existing structural inequalities. Globally, for instance, women lost more than 60 million jobs in 2020 alone. While also we saw that close to 30 million women fell into poverty during the pandemic. Industries where women are in the majority have been hardly hit by the crisis, which has led to sharp contractions in employment in sectors like tourism, textiles, apparel, and also retail. Now, more than ever, we are seeing women in the economy that their potential must be unleashed as a critical way to safeguard progress towards the achievement of the global goals by 2030. If we want to accelerate, if we want to be successful, we have to take care of this. Every year on the continent of Africa, $60 billion are lost to gender inequality. This we can no longer afford, really, if we're going to recover from the pandemic. We believe that the private sector can play a critical role in securing a sustainable and gender equal economic recovery from COVID-19. The business sector, for instance, generates 60% of GDP, 90% of jobs, and 80% of capital flows. Therefore, it plays an important role in efforts to build forward better and in the transition towards an inclusive and green economy. We're probably facing the biggest challenge of our generation. And we have to do something different to conquer these towers of challenges, such as eradicate inequalities and unleash the full capacities of both women and men. So at UNDP, we are convinced that the private sector can make a critical contribution to eradicating gender inequality and promoting women's empowerment in the workplace. So why is this important? I think women today still face deeply entrenched systemic barriers in the workplace, from violence and harassment to unequal share of unpaid care and domestic work. And the gender pay gap is also quite huge. We know that ILO has some compelling figures in sub-Saharan Africa where women's labor force participation rate is much lower than men's. The unemployment rate for women is also a lot higher than for men. And the gender pay gap is estimated at 30%, which is really unacceptable. In short, we know that for every $1 earned by men in manufacturing, for instance, but also services and trade, women earn 70 cents. To close persistent gender gaps in the workplace, UNDP is working with the private sector and governments across the world in the implementation of the Gender Equality Seal certification program, and it helps companies to adopt gender equal business practices that meet global standards of excellence, go from commitment to action, and finally walk that talk. It recognizes private companies for meeting specific standards and requirements to promote gender equality. It also empowers women by advocating for eliminating gender-based pay gaps, increasing women's roles in decision-making, enhancing work-life balance, eradicating sexual harassment at work, and enhancing women's and men's access to non-traditional jobs. This is not just about fairness and justice, it makes economic sense. And as part of UNDP's global strategy, the Regional Bureau for Africa has been leading the implementation of the seal in the private sector in Africa since 2017. And we've been doing this in over 80 private sector companies in Rwanda, in Uganda, in the Gambia, and soon in South Africa and in Ethiopia. So the list is growing. More countries have also expressed interest in rolling out the seal. And UNDP is incredibly proud to partner with the government of Rwanda, represented here by the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry and the Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, and also the Chief Gender Monitor. And we are also proud to be with the Private Sector Federation in promoting gender equality across sectors, especially through promoting the accountability on gender in the private sector. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so the implementation of the Gender Equality Seal certification program in Rwanda has already led to significant achievements. Give you a few examples. Changes in internal policies for a more gender-friendly work environment is one. Accountability to implement those policies, integration of a gender lens in the way that we do business, specific actions to unlock the power of choice for women, but also internal promotion for women and increased number of women in managerial positions, extremely important. The program has also led to a diversification of the workforce and increased participation of women in male-dominated industries, as well as women wellness centers, including for nursing mothers who can now breastfeed their babies while they're at work. Fathers have the right to paternity leave and also use it responsibly. A more gender-friendly environment has been created where women are empowered, supported, and encouraged to pursue their fullest capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, these are no small contributions to this topic. Very, very significant in the world today. As a result of this, companies are witnessing and reporting increase in production and productivity. This is completely evidence-based because we're seeing women and men who feel more equal and feel equally valued. Participating companies have also demonstrated ownership of the initiative, which is a strong signal of the sustainability of this initiative. In addition, the SEAL certification is not the end of the story. The Gender Equality Seal Initiative is a journey of continuous performance and transformation. And I would like to really here congratulate the government of Rwanda and the Private Sector Foundation for their commitment and drive to put forward the Gender Equality Seal in Rwanda, and for leading the advancement of gender equality and women's empowerment in the business world where it really matters. I also want to congratulate the companies that will be certified today, as well as the companies and the public institutions that have reached such an important milestone as they are finalizing their gender diagnoses and action plans. It is critical to acknowledge the important role played by the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator, UN Women, the UNDP, and also our Regional Service Center for Africa in supporting national partners to roll out the initiative with the technical support of our Panama Regional Hub. So we appreciate the generous contribution from the Government of Canada for the financial support through the regional project, which really greatly contributed to the achievement of the results that we are celebrating today. You have all been part of this journey since 2017 as we strive to promote gender equality and empower women. I really want to thank you for all your support, past and present. And as I conclude, let me shed some light on a new opportunity for intra-African trade that promises to reduce the gender wage gap by at least 10%, while increasing trade in sectors in which women are most engaged by at least 18%. This is the AFCFTA. If we implement it effectively, it will accelerate Africa's socioeconomic transformation, creating jobs and wealth. We must ensure that as we engage in the One African market, we not only take the gender seal considerations with us, but also put them front and center so that we accelerate attainment of this historic agreement's development promise. I once again want to congratulate all the companies that will be certified today, all those that are still putting in place policies and mechanisms for gender equality. And I congratulate again Government of Rwanda that tirelessly leads the journey for gender accountability in private sector and the gender equality and women's empowerment agenda in the country. You are truly an example for many others to follow. And we pledge our continued commitment and collaboration in this gender equality journey. I wish you all a great evening and great dinner as well, and great conversation. Murakoze Tiane.
Everything is now digital, but I wish we could have digital dinner. So we are very sorry that we can't share with you after these wonderful insights. I won't dare summarize her very intelligent speech, but I'll just point out like 3 things just to remember that gender equality today for sustainable tomorrow was the theme of this year's International Women's Day. Mu Kinyarwanda bavuze ngo uburinganire n'ubwuzuzanye hagati y'igitsina gabo n'igitsina gore uyu munsi no ku bw'ejo hazaza kugira ngo birambe. And another thing she said, only 30%, 30% of the gender gap. This is gender pay gap. This is huge. But remember that all the CEOs of companies that are represented here, you should feel proud because you're among only 80 companies that UNDP has been supporting since 2017, only 80. So it's not a big number. So being among the few is also an achievement, I guess, but it also gives you an imperative or challenge to do more, to be many, because if you are few, no achievements. Kandi yavuze ati impinduka yabaye kuba politike zo mu bigo byanyu zarahindutse abagore bakagira aho bonkereza cyangwa se wellness, naho bajya bakisanzura. Ubwo n'abagabo wenda hari igihe banyarukira iyo bibaye ngombwa. Rero icyo yavuze the power of choice, ntabwo ndi buvuge umuntu ukunze kubivuga hano, ariko biraza kugeraho. Nzi ko hari CEO niba deje ukunze kuvuga the power of choice, kuba ufite uburenganzira bw'amahitamo ni ikintu gikomeye cyane. Naho ubundi keraho umuco, amadini yatubwiraga yuko ugomba guhitirwamo n'umugabo cyangwa se na so. Ubu ntabwo rero bikiriho. Nagira ngo rero tudatinze mpe mugenzi wanjye nawe umwanya tubwire igikurikira.
Murakoze Clement. Ikigiye gukurikiraho tugiye gusaba ministre, nyakubahwa ministre, the honorable minister, gender and family promotion. Let me mention this in English, I'll come back to Kinyarwanda. The Minister for Gender and Family Promotion is not doing this job just as a politician. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. She also does this job. She taught gender studies at the University of Rwanda. So when it comes to gender issues, it comes naturally for her. Yarabyigishije, ni nabyo akora, ntabikora nka politike, arengaho akabijyamo nk'akazi cyangwa nk'umuhamagaro afite. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri umwanya wawe.
Thank you very much, moderator, for kind introduction. Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, dear United Nations Resident Coordinator, Madam UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, dear Chief Gender Monitor, Chairperson of the Private Sector Federation, Your Excellency Ambassador of Turkey in Rwanda, heads of private sector companies, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good evening. Please allow me, first of all, to applaud the Private Sector Federation, the Gender Monitoring Office, the United Nations Development Program, UN Women, as well as the companies gathered here today. It is a milestone to reach this step of certification of the first cohort of the companies that have resiliently implemented the Gender Seed program, most specifically during this outbreak and prevalence of COVID-19 pandemic. I have no doubt that it wasn't an easy journey. Many thanks for organizing this event to certify the 9 private companies that have made significant progress in bridging the gender gaps. It is also a great opportunity to recognize the third cohort of 6 companies and the second cohort of 4 public institutions which completed their gender equality diagnosis exercise and developed their gender equality action plans as a commitment to be more gender sensitive. I cannot miss to congratulate private sector companies which will be certified with gender seals today. Ladies and gentlemen, as His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, noted on 8th March 2022, while we were celebrating the International Women's Day, I quote, "Equality is a right, not a favor. We must challenge ourselves to do even more and better to ensure that the next generations of our daughters and granddaughters inherit a nation where their aspirations have no limit." End of quote. Gender equality is an essential enabler for sustainable development of our country, and the private sector has rigorously taken up the mantle and committed to continually bridging the gender gaps in order to create an equitable workplace for both men and women. Ladies and gentlemen, bridging gender gaps within an institution has revealed to lead to a more efficient allocation of resources, the quality and increase of financial gains, and better results. This means an increased well-being for both men and women, and the creation of a more just and sustainable society. As we celebrate the International Women's Day this month, let me congratulate the Private Sector Federation for the continued efforts in mainstreaming gender in the sector's plans and processes. As we all know, the private sector is an engine for the economic transformation of our society, and considering that women represent 51.8% of Rwandan population, any endeavor excluding this large number of the population is missing out on its targets. With the country striving to attain the middle income status by 2035 and the high income status in 2050, the participation of men and women in the private sector cannot be emphasized enough. While we are celebrating the increased number of girls completing their tertiary education, girls continue to lag behind in STEM courses. Educational achievements and access, particularly at the secondary and tertiary levels, where girls' enrollment completion achievement rates are lower. Most STEM fields, like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, are dominated by men. The percentage of female attending STEM subjects was at 32.1 in 2019. We all should be aware of that any underrepresentation inevitably leads to missed opportunities and the loss of talent that, if brought to light, has the potential to improve the workforce in terms of productivity and growth. To address this gap, it will require concerted efforts through public-private partnerships. For instance, public institutions register more STEM students than private. This is partially because they provide student loans based on STEM-related subjects. We all owe to those young girls and women a chance to join our workplace and contribute their best to the development of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gender Equality Seal Certification Program, which the Gender Monitoring Office and the Private Sector Federation are implementing, is an example of how public and private partnerships can be forged and how women and girls can be allowed to join the private sector without bias and any other barrier. As I conclude my remarks, I urge the private sector companies that will be certified and those who will be recognized this evening to accelerate the implementation of gender equality commitments. It will increase gender accountability within their respective trades to achieve a more inclusive and sustainable development. With these remarks, I declare this event officially open. I thank you for your kind attention.
Arakoze nyakubahwa minisita, murakoze cyane, ndasaba ko twamwongera amashyi ava hano imbere. Muri uyu mwanya reka ijambo wenda nyakubahwa minisitiri yavuze amagambo meza menshi, iryo nasigaranye nuko uburinganire ari inkingi y'iterambere, ari nayo mpamvu ihuriro ry'abikorera babyitabiriye cyane. Izi ntambwe zimaze guterwa twese turazibona.
Munyemerere nakire ijambo rikurikiyeho. Munyemerere nakire ijambo rikurikiyeho rya UN Resident Coordinator Nyakubahwa Foden Ndiaye, turakwakira.
Murakoze cyane Nyakubahwa Jan. You also lost the bet I kept on having here in Rwanda when I arrived. I said to my colleague Jack, with whom I was traveling every day, 10-minute just drive, that if one day in the news, the radio, or yourself, you will not pronounce Ariko, Chane Chane, Ndetse, I will give you 10,000. I think I've been in this country for almost 5 years. He always lost. He has always lost. So Diane also, I was even thinking that you will say it. So I did not, lose anything that. First of all, let me say that this is history in the making. And for nothing, I would have not make it to be part of history. And I think it's the same thing with Juliana Lindsay, the UNICEF resident representative, Vasha, the UNDP deputy representative. We were in Rubavu for the development partner retreat, but we say we need to do it and we need to come because this is history in the making and we want to be part of history. So congratulations, Rwanda, for being leading also on this important trajectory. I want also to take this opportunity to thank the government of Rwanda, all actors, and mainly women, for this tremendous role they have played in making sure that we fight through the required means the COVID-19. It is because we have 60% of fully vaccinated people in Rwanda, thanks to our joint effort, that we are now here together, resuming physical meeting, presence, interacting, and of course, as Clement said, sharing a business card, but virtually still. So thank you very much. The third element before really entering in my remarks is, as the crisis in Ukraine is unfolding, more and more, the concept of vulnerability, uncertainties, complexity, and ambiguities should be put at the forefront of what we are doing. And in such complex situation, I can't see anybody going with a half brain or going with half engine or going, so we need all of us. It's a societal approach. It's not only women, it's a cultural approach, it's a whole of society, whole of government, whole of private sector approach to make it happen. And Chairperson, I'm very happy that from day one, you committed and you delivered. Let's continue delivering. Mama Rose, we have been in this journey together. I think you were the first one to welcome me in a meeting in Rwanda, July 2017. But you give me a very difficult task. I hope that one day you will say that I will deliver. You give me the spin, he for she. So I need to deliver as well on that. But Fatu also, who was at that event, when she was leaving, give me now the tie, for he for she. I might guess that I have done something on this aspect of being he for she champion. So Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry and our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, Madam Chief Gender Monitor, Mama Rose. We all call her Mama Rose, so anyway. Honorable Chief Chairperson of Rwanda Private Sector, Your Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Turkey to Rwanda, my dear sister is Assistant Secretary General Ahuna Eziakonwa, UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, CEOs and Director Generals of company present, representative of government officials, institution partners in this Gender Equality Seal initiative, UN heads of agencies and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, Miriwe. So it's a pleasure first to say that when I read, I will not disclose the companies because it's not my role, but at least I want always to do statistics right. So when I did my statistics, 5 out of 9 companies are led by female CEOs. That makes me more proud. And also the other companies, we really want to congratulate you. What you have done is not easy because people will always look at profit and the balance sheet. What is the bottom line of the balance sheet? Dan is looking at me. The bankers, this is what they are looking at. But a minister told me one day, and I have this quote that I want to leave it with you. He said, first, get the people, profit will follow. And she's right. Because the people are your market. The people are your workforce. The people are the other companies with which you need to partner. The people are the institutions that are making the conducive environment for you to thrive and carry out your business. So really we need the people first. When we focus on people solving their issues, then profit will follow. And that's, I think, the spirit that you have really in engaging in this gender seal and private sector. I think both Minister and Ahuna did make very inspiring remarks that I don't need to really come to all those elements. I just want to leave you with one figure that I got, 2 figures. One is women's job have 1.8 times more to be vulnerable to the pandemic than men's job. And that's also where we are losing job in this pandemic. It's almost 2 times the share of women losing jobs. The second aspect is from now up to 2030, I read that 40 to 160 million women will be changing their jobs or moving. So needing more of engagement and skills to really transition to new jobs. So it's a great pleasure really to be with you here today. And of course, we just are still in the month of this women's rights, day, month, and week. And I hope that one day we'll have it every day would be the Women's Rights Days, because we cannot afford having only one day with sexual harassment, gender-based violence, opportunity excluding women. We need every single day, every single second of our life to make gender equality a reality. So congratulations. Congratulations also to women as we recognize your tremendous role in fighting one of the biggest threats of humanity, climate change. As it was said by my dear sister Ahuna, on the global theme, but again, on the local theme, we said gender equality to address climate change. Am I correct, Madam Minister? I think this is showing how important the role that you are playing here. So in this evening, this is an opportunity for me to express my utmost gratitude to our guest of honor, Nyakubava, Minister of Trade and Industry, and the organizers, the Chief Gender Monitor and the CEO PSF, for convening us at this important event. This is indeed a great day for the company that have been recognized for their efforts in promoting gender equality and gender accountability through this seal. But also equally important for the UN and the government of Rwanda. This is because promoting gender equality is a call for all of us And as I mentioned, I consider myself with what was bestowed on me, a he for she champion. We should make the call, our call, the call for all societies to deliver on that. UN and in Rwanda, championed by UNDP and UN Women, is very proud to be partnering with the government on these important collective efforts to establish and achieve standards that promote gender equality and women empowerment in the workplace. This objective is not a moral justice, but it is also an imperative for Rwanda. As Honorable Minister mentioned, private sector is the engine of growth, and this is the way we should deliver on the national strategy for transformation. But it is also good for business. That's why it is important that if you want to achieve the SDGs, this gender equality should be at the forefront of whatever we are doing. It is considered as one of the most important SDG because of the most important leverage. Am I right, Odette? I think that's something that studies show. But let me say why also it is important. First and foremost, it's about human rights, the foundation of the UN Charter. Second, gender equality is the basis of the UN Agenda 2030 on sustainable development and is enshrined in national strategy for transformation for Rwanda. It is considered, as I mentioned earlier, one of the best. If you close your eyes, we wake up in 2030. If the SDG 5 on gender equality is not achieved, don't look at the other SDGs. We are not yet there. That's very important to know. Thirdly, according to McKinsey and other global reports, evidence shows that companies with diverse management teams and with 3 or more women on board at the higher level have higher return on investment capital and thus return on equity. Fourth, companies that have participated in gender equality seal certification program has reported better working environment, greater productivity, greater efficiency, improved relationship among staff members, and enhanced public image as leaders in fostering corporate responsibilities, among others. Lastly, but not least, Rwanda is known for being innovative in designing homegrown solutions with the private sector considered as a driving force of the development. This therefore implies a private sector for all. And I think it was also reminded us by Honorable Minister and Ahuna. But I think it is also important that we have this gender seal and gender equality seal in the private sector as a movement, the way that we did with Youth Connect. Youth Connect started in Rwanda with $50,000 US. Now it's a movement in Africa with 25 countries implementing Youth Connect, a gathering of 10,000 young people every year discussing with their problem. But it has nothing to do with coincidence. It has to do with high-level commitment. And this high-level commitment emulates the vision of the country and partners to work together. But it started at the top level. His Excellency, President Paul Kagame, who was among the first ever he/she champions globally and has put gender equality and empowerment of women at the center of his vision for development. And this goes well with gender accountability and the principle of having no one behind, as emulated by Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development. So let me, before concluding, say that I have been impressed by the high commitment of private sector, but also as the minister said, of all the public institutions, starting by Mama Rose, the gender monitoring officer, to be putting together efforts and helping the private sector understand the importance of gender equality. We were joking because initially people were laughing in the private sector. What is this gender monitoring doing this and that? We are in business, but gender equality is a must if you want to deliver in business as well. So let me say that the Secretary General said just in the International Women's Day, and I quote, "We celebrate women and girls everywhere. We celebrate their contribution to ending the COVID-19 pandemic. We celebrate their ideas, innovations, and activism that are changing our world for the better, and their leadership across all walks of life. But we also recognize that in too many areas, the clock on women's rights is moving backwards. The pandemic has kept girls and women out of schools and workplace. They do the vast majority of the work's unpaid but essential care work. In all countries, women are scandalously underrepresented in the halls of power and the boardroom of business. But I have hope, tremendous hope, that starting now on International Women's Day, it's time to turn the clock forward for every woman and girls. Through massive investment in women training, in decent work, and through targeted measures like gender quotas, so we can all benefit from women ideas, experience, and leadership everywhere decisions are made. End of quote. We need to walk the talk. And this day will be marked in the milestone on making sure that we walk the talk in the private sector. Let me conclude. Private company in Rwanda, you do have a very great challenge. On parliament, Rwanda is leading globally, 61.3%. You need to do the same. Because I read somewhere that globally, the number of women in decision-making position are still very low, with only 62% of CEO position in 100 companies by February 2022. But statistics also indicate that the country that have the highest percentage of female CEOs in the world is Singapore. But I think they have overlooked Rwanda. Let's make sure that we show to the world that Rwanda here also is leading and is showing the way for Africa to thrive, tapping on the African continental free trade area, pushing more girls in STEMs, bridging the digital divide. And that's the way I'm seeing the future, which is bright in this country with all the support of the business sector. So UN will continue to be by your side to make sure that we deliver on that. At global level, we have the parity at senior level within the UN. And here in Rwanda, we have 52% of all heads of agencies in Rwanda are women, competent women leading us. In my own office, we have only 2 men, me and my driver, out of 11 personnel. So we have more than 80%. So let me say thank you very much as we conclude. You can count on UN, and we highlight the importance of this initiative, not for women, but for the society, for men, for the country, for the world, for the participating companies and public institutions, and for the well-being of their staff and their families. The government of Rwanda to move forward the gender equality and gender accountability Honorable Minister, for your very inspiring remarks. For the board, it's good for business. Muriwe murakoze cyane turi kumwe abishize hamwe nakibananira. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. Murakoze Nyakubahwa. I think that has become a name tag for you, sir. I won't dare to summarize, but two things. You said he for she, and since I believe, reasonably believe that I'm one of the he for she's, and together with you and His Excellency, of course, I will join. I just wanted to say a few things what the he for she means, as our colleagues in the department prepare to show us a documentary on the achievements of the companies that are part of this this whole journey. The other day, I was driving in Kigali, and when I saw, you know, when you are driving in Kigali and there's not so much traffic, you feel like racing. But you know what negative masculinity can do to you? You race with a stranger. You don't know him, but you want to show him that, you know, you show him the muscle. I don't know if it has ever happened to any man in this room. If it has ever happened to you, then you need to do something. Because racing with a stranger, that means a negative masculinity. Mu Kinyarwanda byitwa ubugabo butisubiraho. Ubugabo butisubiraho rero, what it means actually, I think there's one, I think to impress professors in this room. One researcher called McIntosh counted around 140 privileges that men are not aware of. Because when I'm driving and I do an accident, I don't have to be blamed for driving connected to my sex. No. That's a privilege. We're not aware of it. But let a woman drive and he for she, as RC4D mentioned, you should avoid those things. Secondly, you need to reflect on these privileges and let them go. Let them go and give women space. Don't do jib. These rights are inborn. They're also ready to show us a film documentary to show some of the achievements these private companies represented by the CEOs and Director Generals are here present representing. And then after then, we will have Ms. Karine Waneje giving us a very short introduction of, you know, recognizing these companies and public institutions on the journey they have started of promoting gender accountability. They won't be awarded, they'll be given a certificate, but it means a lot. So please.
that 70% of women are already in informal cross-border trade. We have been putting in place specialized programs for them, like creation of cooperatives, capacity building to penetrate markets and facilitate them to reach the light end, but also with some entrepreneur support programs. Promoting gender equality should be considered as a business rationale. It's not just a social perspective, it's really a business rationale, and it's why I urge the private sector to consider and to enter into it for even the sustainability of their businesses.
Barakoze cyane kuri video batweretse. Hello. Hello. Barakoze cyane kuri video batweretse. Ngira ngo mwiboneye, ngira ngo nkosereho gato twavugaga yuko iyi video yerekana commitments cyangwa se abikorera ko commitments bari committed mu Kinyarwanda bari committed.
Abari committed
Biyemeje
biyemeje
guteza imbere uburinganire n'ubwuzuzanye mu bigo bakoramo. They are showing commitments that they are committed, they are showing what they can do. So without wasting much of your time, we shall call Mrs. Karine Waneje, representing UN Women in Rwanda, to come and make a very short statement before we start recognizing these 10 companies and public institutions that have shown commitment really to do something. Nitukomeza gutya turashaka kwihutisha gatoya kuko mwabibonye umwanya wagiye, ngira ngo hasigaye ibintu bike ariko turagerageza kwihutisha. Madame Karine.
Industry and our guest of honor tonight, Honorable Minister of UN resident coordinator, CEOs and director generals of companies here present, representatives of government institutions, partners in gender equality seal initiatives, UN heads of agencies and colleagues here present, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good evening. It's a privilege and honor for me to be here tonight on behalf of UN Women to celebrate what we have achieved together with our partners, Gender Monitoring Office, Private Sector Federation, and UNDP in gender equality, women's empowerment and accountability in the private sector, but also to renew commitment. It's not only to celebrate, but to take new commitments forward. In this world of uncertainty, as it has been highlighted by many of the speakers, and COVID-19 recovery and resilience processes where the world and countries, including Rwanda, we are striving to build back better the socioeconomic fabric and bridge different inequalities, including gender inequalities, which were exacerbated by the pandemic. The role of the private sector in boosting Rwanda's economy is paramount. As part of this vital work, UN Women appreciates not only the private sector companies' commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment, but also concrete actions taken this endeavor by the companies that we are here to recognize and award for their efforts in putting the commitment into actions. From the video and from the voices of different CEOs and from private and public companies, we have heard, it tells us that gender equality and women's empowerment is feasible. It's achievable. It's something that we can all strive for. It's a business case. The results, you will see that they will be transformative. They will transform the lives of the employees and with different multiplier effects, either at household, at the community, and at country at large. At the just concluded Development Partners Retreat that RC mentioned, involving government, development partners, private sector, civil society, where it was also honored to participate, there was a strong call for the private sector to support the micro, small, and medium enterprises, especially those led by women and youth, in leveraging on African continental free trade areas opportunities. Therefore, I urge the recipients of these awards that we are going to do tonight to lead this initiative. We encourage many more companies to join this transformative initiative and challenge the status quo in boosting the inclusive socioeconomic development of the country. UNDP and UN Women globally have signed an MOU to build their respective expertise and comparative advantage to promote gender equality, women's empowerment, and gender seal in the private sector. And in Rwanda, we will continue to leverage on our comparative advantage, but also existing strong collaboration between our two institutions to provide solid frameworks and concrete tools to support private sector companies' gender equality agenda. We hope to celebrate many more companies in the new few years and expect the business companies awarded to keep the momentum for gender equality and women's empowerment. And we hope that gender will become not only in Rwanda, but also in the region and beyond, and make the SDG 5, as RC highlighted, not a
Arakoze cyane. Thank you very much, Madam Karen. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, ladies and gentlemen, going by the time, allow me to quickly call the following people to come and help us reward or award the companies that are getting the recognition tonight. The CEO PSF, could you please come forward? As he gets off his seat, I also call upon the UNDP Deputy Resident Representative. Thank you, ma'am. The Deputy Chief Gender Monitor, kindly step forward. I will request you to space yourselves out, center, then both ends. Thank you. They are going to help us reward or give certificates to the following companies and institutions. May I call upon the representative Minicom, Director General Jonas. Thank you, Jonas. Yes. Yes. Sure.
Jonas is to receive this certificate of recognition on behalf of Minicom. Of course, we know that the Honorable Minister is here, but she's not here for that purpose. There's another important one. Jonas is also very important, of course, but yeah. Nawe reka rye show niko babyita mu Kinyarwanda.
That's a certificate of recognition for the great efforts taken in implementing gender parity in Minicom. Thank you very much.
Minisiteri y'Ubucuruzi n'Inganda kuba ifite aho ihuriye n'abikorera murabona ko nta gitangaza gihari.
COPSF, allow me to also call the National Industrial Research Development Agency. The representative here present, thank you, sir.
Ikigo cyitwa NIRDA, nacyo kirabona iriya mpamya kwiyemeza, mpimbye Kinyarwanda mbabaje, ko biyemeje.
Mpamyabushake.
Baravuze ngo twihangira imirimo nanjye ngomba guhanga ururimi.
Thank you very much. I will request the UNDP Deputy Resident Representative to please hand over the certificate to Rwanda Utilities Regulatory Authority, the representative in the House.
One more certificate.
One more certificate.
Rwanda Utilities and Regulatory Agency or Authority, I don't remember. But murabizi yuko ari bo bareba yuko abantu bubahiriza avuga standards z'ibyo dukora cyane cyane audiovisual n'ibindi.
And I'll request the Deputy Chief Gender Monitor to kindly hand over the certificate to Rwanda Cooperative Agency.
Ikigo gishinzwe amakoperative mu Rwanda nacyo cyagaragaza ubushake cyangwa kwiyemeza ko kigiye gukora uko gishoboye kugira ngo abakozi bakore mu mutuzo, haye kubaho ihohotera rishingiye ku gitsina, he kubaho habeho yuko abagore bazamurwa mu mirimo mu nzego zifata ibyemezo, habeho yuko bakora batekanye, bashyirirweho ibyumba aho bajya bakonsa bakisanzura. So these companies and public institutions are being given these certificates to congratulate them on their commitment to do a lot. It's the beginning of the journey. It's the beginning of the journey. Thank you so much. urongeye uri show ntacyo bitwaye.
Thank you very much. I will now request you to please take your seats. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
May I now call upon the World Bank representative here present to kindly come forward and award the next. Okay. May I call upon the CEO Bank of Kigali?
The CEO Bank of Kigali, please
Madam
come
Diane
forward.
Karusisi, please come forward.
Madam Dr. Karusisi, I hope you don't mind these titles. No, it's an achievement.
May I also call upon the UN Women representative?
Madam Karin
Present.
Waneje, please come forward. Come
Please
back,
come
please.
forward. Madam Deputy Chief Gender Monitor.
Sorry to
bother
call you again.
Could you kindly come and award this other certificate?
No gender balance? But that could also
Come.
balance.
It's coming in the next group. Thank you very much. Allow me now to quickly call upon the following companies. DP World, please come and receive your certificate from the CEO Bank of Kigali.
DP World is a company that does, oh my God, how can I explain? That does transport, storage. It's a big company that has come to Rwanda. They're doing a lot. We visited them as a team, a joint team, but they showed really commitment to not only actually do gender equality, but other things. I hope I'm not advertising.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, may I call upon Gada World or KK Security to please come and receive your certificate again from the CEO Bank of Kigali. Thank you.
You have seen Gada World. Gada, I don't know what Gada means, but I guess it's guard, kulinda umutekano. It's also actually showing that women can also do, can enter male-dominated, traditional women-dominated areas. Mumaze kuhabona abarinda umutekano b'igitsina gore mumaze kubabona. Kandi badusaka neza batwubashye biyubashye.
Sanlam General Insurance Company. Thank you. Please receive your certificate from Madam Karin.
Congratulations. Some music in the background, please. When you congratulate people, there's something. They just ntabwo bagendera mu nda sa nta kazi karimo.
And next is Sina Gerard, Entreprise Urwibutso.
Sina Gerard Urwibutso, umuntu utararya irindazi ryo kwa Sina Gerard ntabwo simbizi.
Na juice n'amazi.
Agashya
n'ifu
akabanga
senda
twose tuntu.
Nyuma yaho turamusaba business card.
Harimo utuntu turi mu bwenge cyane. Abo nabo twarabasuye batugaragariza ukuntu ushobora kuba bakora agro processing ariko bakaba bubahiriza ihame ry'uburinganire cyangwa bashaka gukora ibirenze. Congratulations, Sina Gerard.
Inkomoko Entrepreneur Development.
Inkomoko Entrepreneur.
Well done.
They do capacity building. I'm stopping there because capacity building, but I guess imirimo, I think that's what
deliver the certificate to the Deputy CGM.
Sorry. Yeah, go.
Well done. Well done, Inkomoko. Crowning this in glory, Britam. Where is Britam?
Britam.
For all those who would like to ensure the certificates they just received, please go to him.
Britam Insurance, I guess it's clear what they do.
Insurance.
Insurance. Ubwishingizi.
Well done, Britam. Ladies, you may please.
Thank you so much. You may
Thank you
take
very
back your
much.
seats. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I guess you know what is following. It's been a journey since, I guess since morning, some of us were here. We've done a lot this evening. So we won't be a stumbling block between you and dinner. I guess everyone is hungry, I can see. You are not hungry, but you're hungry. So we would like to welcome to dinner. I guess dinner is served on that side. And it's a buffet, it's a self-service. So I guess we'll start from this line as we proceed. But I'll be guided. Naza kubavangira. Okay. Okay. They will protocol the services table by table. I'm just repeating what he said. Baragenda bahamagara bagisha ariko ntabwo bahereye kuri guest ubona ariko ntabwo abyibaza bibaza n'utudo ariko ntabwo ngewe nari nje actually ngiye ntacyo but yeah buriya nyine iki twakosora speed irimo ni summaries ndimo gukora turimo gukora ahubwo inarenga n'akabini nari nzi ko ari uburyo bw'ikiriya nari nzi ko atari ijambo actually byatunaniye kubahagarika saa tatu I mean, today is a weekend. Yeah, today is a weekend. Oh yeah, actually nanjye ntabwo nari mbizi nabimenye ndimo gutegura aya mantuza ne abanyarwanda nibo barabigerageje. Hello, I'm Clement. Hello, Clement. Do you have names? Do you have names by any chance? Yeah. Can you step? Can you? No, you go there. Go. So, yes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So and you what? Zephyrin. Zephyrin. Zephalon. So where do you work?
And I think would be the diversity and inclusion initiatives that we have launched over the last 2 years, particularly around the Women Empowerment Network that was born in MTN Rwanda in 2019 and has really grown leaps and bounds over the last couple of years. And the whole essence of the Women Empowerment Network was to create a safe space for women, an environment where women are challenged, developed, supported, and encouraged to pursue the fullest capabilities that we know they're able to achieve. When we look at the number of internal promotions within MTN, the number of women in 2020 was about 30%, and that has grown to close to 50% in 2021.
So we've implemented a number of initiatives. I think the most important one was to set up a gender equality committee at the bank, but we also have looked at ways to provide better our services to clients coming to the branch, looking at our infrastructure where we can have special seats for women, those with children, even for our staff. We've revised some of our infrastructure to make sure we have a special dedicated infrastructure for women, especially for women with babies. We are very committed to, moving along the journey. As a woman leader, I think it would be important for me to leave a legacy and to say, when I joined Bank of Kigali, this is where we were in terms of gender equality. And when I leave, this is where we've reached. And, I can leave a legacy and be sure that the next leaders of the bank will be, women.
Tutangiye gukorana na gender monitoring, byabaye nko kudufasha cyane cyane mu bigendanye n'ubuvugizi, yewe no kuganira. Ku buryo ubu aho tugeze dusigaye dufite abitwa abasutreta, nabo bafite abo bakoresha, tukaba dufite n'abana bagiye no kwiga. Imibare yazamutseho nka 35%, kandi tugitangira yari 8-9%.
Najyaga kumva nkumva ngo bakorera mu myobo, noneho natekereza buryo ki abantu, ngatekereza se umuntu akorera mu mwobo, umwobo ukorera mate ntago yagenda ngo bibe byamugwaho, ariko uburyo ki nabonaga abadamu dutoranye bariteje imbere byatumye ntinyuka ndaza nje baranyakira ngezemo ukuntu nari nkunze akazi ndagakunda ndagakora niteza imbere, mbona n'ibintu bisanzwe nk'umuntu ukabona ni nko kugenda mu nzi wawe, nta n'icyo biba bitwaye. Umuntu wese wageze aratinyuka agakora, nta kazi abagabo bakora tutakora.
Kampani yagerageje kubaka ECD ntangarugero, ngira ngo ubu ngubu rigeze hafi 90% kugira ngo rirangire. Ikindi kampani yatekereje ni kuri abo bana baguriye inka ubu zirakamwa kugira ngo abana barimo babone amata.
We reviewed our terms of reference for our recruitment committee to make sure that they actually try and recruit some women into those departments, but obviously through merit. When we look at gender, equality, we are saying not only within the bank. So one of the things we've been able to do, and we're very proud of, is we've put in a program that we call the Elevate program. So what do we do for this program? We focus on training women, financial trainings. We also have within that program a financing scheme where we are able to provide sort of very attractive financing parameters in order to ensure women are able to take on more financing from the bank at more attractive terms and conditions, and therefore help to build their businesses.
We built a comfortable and well-equipped breastfeeding room to give the opportunity for our ladies to breastfeed during the working hours. Our goal is to have more females associate where male job dominate, for example, like in engineering, culinary departments, to reach at least 50% within the next 3 to 5 years.
In terms of our overall staff, we're at 59% of our staff are women. 50% of our decision makers in our leadership team are women as well. Our policies and procedures have been updated to reflect the direction in which we've gone. When we started this journey, we were also at the same time constructing our new head office, and we were able to carve out some space that we could so we could create a wellness center for women, for them to rest and do what is required.
I was always wondering, how can I get to the materialization of the full potential of capacity of my workers, of my staff. Since we started, we have got that structured, that scientific knowledge that we were missing, and that has impacted immediately to the production.
Ninjiyemo nkora akazi k'ubwambareze. Ubwambareze ni ugushira amambaraje kuri ziriya produit, nyuma bangirira icyizere banyemerera ko nza kwiga ino mashini. Nta mbaraga bisaba nk'uko mwabibonye, nawe nabikwigisha nkakwereka uko muri aka gataburo bikora ukabimenya. Ibyinshi ni ibintu biri automatique. Icya mbere ni ugushira ubwoba.
We started with the increase in the number of female workforce in the factory as well as in the field. Mainly in the factory. Earlier it was totally male dominated. We have also started on ECD programs, having ECDs. We have 4 ECDs at the moment, and the mothers are also happy because of that.
Ubundi tukirara ku muhanda hano hirya, twabashaka ku muhanda tugasanga imvura yabanyagiye, ibyondo se. Kubw'amahirwe tugize amahirwe umukoresha wacu atuzanira creche. Nasigaga umwana ku musozi mu minota 30 nkaba navuye mu cyayi. Nta muntu wabaga wizeye wamusigiye. Uyu munsi se nakubwiza iki? Umusaruro wanjye wariyongereye. Icyo gihe nacyuraga ibiro 10, sibyo? Uyu munsi ngeze ku kilo 50 y'icyayi keza ndakisoma.
Part of your policies and procedures, reducing interest rates for the women customers. That's indeed motivating, and we're sure that it will attract more. Wolfram, the cows. Who else saw those cows? Buying cows to get milk for the kids. Well done. Well done. MTN, Women's Network, where women get trained. I know they train on leadership, they train on public speaking, and it's a safe social space for women to discuss their matters outside of the workplace. EcoBank Rwanda, well done on elevating women. The Elevate program is indeed noteworthy, and it has attracted it has provided comfort to so many women entrepreneurs. And that's not the only thing. EcoBank also has internally a program called the Women's Lounge. Similarly, this is where women discuss, this is where women build capacity, this is a safe professional and social place. Well done to EcoBank Rwanda. I&M Bank, intentionally promoting, I think I&M Bank today showed us the highest percentage of 59% women in the total workforce. Of that, 50% in the leadership. Great efforts there, I&M Bank, well done. And of course, institutionalizing the gender practices so that that doesn't end with the sitting leadership, but it goes on and it's a legacy. It's a good legacy to have. Safari Center told us the GES, or the Gender Equality Seal program, opened their eyes. It opened their eyes, and they now have a platform within which to implement some of the best practices that they have come up with. Sorwate, I don't know what to say about Sorwate, but well done. You could all read the excitement on the lady's face. From 10 kilos of tea to 50 kilos, just because she feels safe where it is. Well done indeed, Sorwate. Marriott Hotel. I love the mother's room. It looks really, you get in there, you just feel like you should have a baby even if you don't have one. Well done there on the mother's room, and of course, targeting 50% women in the next 3 to 5 years. So equality is in the Marriott Hotel strategy. Bank of Kigali, Dr. Karusisi, thank you for intentionally working on building a legacy for the future women leaders that will come after you. There's no doubt. Thank you so much. I will now call upon Michael MC. I think he has freshened up. He looks all fresh. What did you do that I didn't?
Just had a very good meal.
Okay. So over to you now, so I go and do what you did.
A glass of water. I know some people are judging me now. A glass of water, please. But I hope you enjoyed this dinner. It was so delicious. When they talked about Marriott having a wellness room, I'm thinking about Serena where we are. It's not competition, but it's inspiration. You should be inspired. But I know there's a room somewhere. And what we've been doing, actually recognizing companies that are showing commitment. Serena can also show commitment. I know that this is inspiration. So the main objective is actually to empower private sector colleagues to make sure that they have a positive jealousy. I don't know if it's the envy. Yeah, that's the English word. So if you see on the agenda, after this very important compulsory task of having dinner, we expected to do something very, very, very important. And before we go forward, I would like to mention that, the video you saw shows achievements of companies that have achieved a lot in gender equality, and they will be awarded. Maybe just a little bit of introduction is that companies that will receive awards will be certified. They will get, normally it's gold, silver, and bronze. So you understand that gold is the highest, but even then, if you get gold, that means you have performed from 80, between 80 and 100. And if you got, for instance, 85, you got gold, it's very good to celebrate, but the 20% remaining also has a message. And the message it has is that, congratulations, you've done a lot, but you still have a long way to go. And if you're awarded a gold seal, it's only valid for 3 years. This is not a threat. No, I'm not threatening you at all, but I'm just, what is it now? Yeah, the message is across. After 3 years, we come back, we evaluate you, thorough evaluation. Are you still respecting policies you put in place? Are you still empowering women to be in position of decision making? Do you still have the other room that is well functioning? Are you still anti-sexual harassment? All these standards. And if we find, and when I say we, it's not Clement in UNDP. It's a self-evaluation, but it's a joint one. Government, Gender Monitoring Office, Private Sector Federation, UNDP, UN Women, RC's office. It's us together, coming together to say, are we still on the path? If we are not on the path, I'm worried that this gender seal might be invalid. But if you go forward, then you retain it and continue. And what it means is actually that you need to work hard to achieve more. So after 3 years, you need to think about it. So just a second, and then we go to the next item. After consultations, I'm guided that the following dignitaries are requested to go forward, take the platform, and help us to award the following companies that I'll mention. But let me take the honor to invite UN Resident Coordinator, Nyakuwa Fodendiaye. We request you to take the floor. And he will be followed by representative of UNICEF. Please, if you can step forward and help us to award the companies that are getting certified. I guess Proto can help us to show where they're going. And then our guest of honor, Minister of Commerce and Industry. Your Honor, please take a step forward and help us to award the companies. The chairperson of PSF, Mr. Robert Vafakulera. We like the way you do things. This is why we want you on the stage again. Then the Chief Gender Monitor, Mama Rose, would like you to move forward as well to join your colleagues in doing this very important item. The Deputy Resident Coordinator of UNDP, Mrs. Vasha, if you can please step forward as well. And then Turkish Ambassador, Your Excellency, if you can also go forward. Honorable Minister, Professor Baisenje, if you can also please. Thank you so much. With a round of applause, please thank them as we welcome them to the floor. They are going to award the following companies. I know you're guessing, and you're guessing, maybe you know. MTN Rwanda.
Congratulations
and celebrations. MTN Rwanda is going to be awarded by one UN resident coordinator, Mr. Ndiaye Fode. Mr. Fode Ndiaye is going to award MTN Rwanda with a gold seal. Golden seal means they achieved between 80 and 100. Congratulations, MTN Rwanda. To be Tayeho.
That was in the bad old days before I met you. When I let you walk into my heart.
Thank you so much. The next, my colleague is going to read the others, but the next UNICEF representative is going to award Wolfram Mining and Processing Limited. Congratulations. They get a gold seal. Gold. Congratulations. Congratulations, Wolfram.
Then tonight you said you couldn't live without me. Around about me, you wanted to stay. Congratulations and celebrations. When I tell everyone that you're in love with me.
Let's now put our hands together for
jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be.
I remind those who are getting the awards, the plaque, please pause for a photo opportunity, please. Sister of
celebration. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be.
Well done, BRD. As she walks back with pride, let's now invite EcoBank Rwanda. Yes!
Congratulations and celebrations.
We will request
and I tell everyone that
the Chairman PSF to hand over the
congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe?
Well done, EcoBank.
I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented, but that was in the bad old days before I met you.
Well done, EcoBank.
When I let you
we now will
walk
request
into my heart.
Gender Monitor hand over the seal to Safari Center.
Congratulations
Safari
and celebrations.
Just to remind everyone that these seals are gold, all are gold. I think we should mention these are golden seals. All of them that have so far.
I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. I was afraid that maybe you thought you were above me, that I was only fooling myself.
A golden seal. A golden seal for golden achievement. Well done.
Without me,
we will now call upon
you wanted to stay.
Hand over the seal to
Congratulations and celebrations. When I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be.
Congratulations, I&M Bank, for getting a golden seal. Well done. Please, protocol, help us to give the plaque to Cabinet Ambassador, Your Excellency. We've been awarding Sorwate. Sorwate is being awarded. Sorwate is being awarded with the golden seal, gold. Congratulations, Sorati. I guess you saw the story of a woman that has increased from X bags of whatever.
From 10 to 50 kilos.
So much. That's a human story. Congratulations, Sorati.
Congratulations and celebrations.
Congratulations. We would like to ask the World Bank representative World Bank representative to award Marriott Hotel with a gold seal. Okay, we ask Honorable Minister of Mr. Prof to award Marriott Hotel. Congratulations, Marriott. Marriott.
Congratulations and celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love with me.
Marriott gets a golden seal because not only of having good meal, almost as good as Serena's, because they are here, but they have done what they said they have done. So we would like to ask the Minister of Commerce again to award Beka Bank, Bank of Kigali. Bank of Kigali. Bank of Kigali gets a golden seal.
One more thing we need to mention for BK, or two more things. They have added an extra month for maternity leave to their female employees. So maternity leave at BK will be 4 months. And they have included flex time for mothers specified in the flexible working
Congratulations. I would like to propose, as the dignitaries don't not yet take their seats, I would like to do two things to change the program. I would like, before the representative of private sector federation, on behalf of private companies that have been awarded, because I'm very excited I can see that. I would like to call upon these companies that have got whatever they got to come for photos, as we still have them there. So I would like to call them. Please, the whole group, I think, should come and pose for the photo opportunity. It's very, very important.
With the seals.
With the seals. And after them, we shall call those who have certificates to come after. Please take the opportunity to take a picture with very, very important people. VVIP. I was arguing with some guys. They were saying, I'm not belittling people in their categories, but people were saying, this table and the other one is VIP, and then they were saying VIP. I was actually arguing, and then said, people in the behind there are people. But I said no. I said no, everyone is VIP. If you don't mind, you can smile, you can laugh, you can... Yeah, it's fun. Congratulations. 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 Thank you so much.
And celebrations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can stay there, please. Excuse me, if you can be around and question Mr. Masada, if you can, just a minute. such that those VIPs with the certificates, if you can please rush and join the group to take a group photo, please, those with certificates. Those companies and institutions that were recognized for their efforts and commitments to gender accountability in our workplaces, please step forward with, please step forward with a smile, step forward with a smile and we take a photo with them. Please, if you can rush.
Now the certificate. I used to think of happiness hadn't been invented. But that was in the bad old days before I met you. When I let you
Remove your mask in a second because as far as I know.
Congratulations.
Is there someone that is missing a photo opportunity? Please come forward. We will count a few minutes because these visitors have been smiling for 10 minutes. It's not easy.
And jubilation. I want the world to know I'm happy.
The media, I guess you're very, very happy. Taking very good pictures. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. You can take back your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I would like to request the chairperson of PSF to take the floor before you start, to say a few words, express on behalf of these companies. I know if they didn't flow, they can sing, they can speak, but please do it for them. Say whatever you want to say. They can do it on their behalf and your behalf. In Rwanda. And after then, we shall we have a slot for the representative of partners, the acting deputy director, Pan-African Program High Commission of Canada in Addis Ababa. If she's still online, we shall have, before you leave everyone, we shall have opportunity to listen to her before we have, before we go forward.
And celebration. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be.
I just want to say congratulations to the companies that have successfully expressed their willingness to support the gender equality. I also thank the partners, the UN, GMO, everybody who have contributed to reach at this moment of awarding these companies. I also urge those companies who have not joined the journey to do so, so that we can achieve the goals, the productivity, the economic development, the involvement of everyone in contribution towards the economic development. I thank you everyone, and thank you, our guest of honor, for honoring this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of Private Sector Federation. Please, Diana, go ahead. I thought you're still chairing. Okay. As we get prepared to listen to our colleague in Addis Ababa, she's online, so we'd like to connect her to say a few words on behalf of partners. As one of our colleagues told us, the government of Canada supported this initiative on regional level, so it will be very, very important. She's also very excited, so we'd like to listen to her on how she's excited, if she's still online. Please, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Listening to you. Can you please go ahead?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, just wanted to check that you could hear me. But thank you very much. And Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Thank you very much for organizing this reception today and for inviting Canada to provide remarks. My name is Tracy Corner, and I am the Acting Deputy Director of the Pan-Africa and Regional Development Program at the Embassy of Canada in Ethiopia. So first off, I wanted to congratulate the 8 companies who are awarded the Gender Gold Seal certification tonight. Given that data shows that gender smart companies report higher returns and generally outperform others, I am confident that the gender smart investments you made in your companies are not only socially responsible, but are smart business decisions as well. We are all aware of the significant impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the repercussions they've had all around the world, particularly the outsized consequences on women and their ability to fully participate in the economy. So that is why it is so important that we are here today on the heels of International Women's Day, because improving gender equality in the workforce has been a long-standing issue that needs concerted attention now more than ever. So congratulations again to the recipients of the gold certification tonight. Canada is proud to support the UNDP in their efforts to advance gender equality and women's empowerment across the continent. And Canada has a feminist international assistance policy. And the policy is based on a simple but powerful idea that promoting gender equality and empowering women and girls are the most effective ways to eradicate poverty. As such, Canada is committed to ensuring that gender equality is taken into account in everything that we do. And through the project that we are supporting with the UNDP is working with regional economic communities and other regional partners to enhance their evidence base and capacity in order to support African countries in fulfilling their gender equality and women's empowerment commitments. And the GE Seal is an important aspect of this work. And while the seal in and of itself is important, the means to achieving the seal deserves just as much attention. And what I mean by that is that the sex disaggregated data on issues specifically related to women in the workplace that was collected and analyzed to award the seal is critical. This data is necessary to build the evidence base, to find gaps or weaknesses in order to address them, to learn what works in empowering women, and to measure progress towards our collective goals. So we appreciate the UNDP's role in leading these data collection efforts as much as we appreciate the gender smart reforms undertaken by the private companies. So now it is the call to keep pushing forward and to build on the foundation you've all helped create. The GE Seal is a great achievement, and we need to make sure it leads to other policy changes and initiatives that empower women. So questions we can ask ourselves to move forward. How can we use the data collected in other ways to empower women? Where else can we focus our efforts? For example, by revising procurement policies to support women-managed and led businesses throughout supply chains, or working with education institutions to align skills gap with recruitment and programs? And how can we share your experiences to encourage other private sector actors to implement similar reforms and become gender smart? The benefits coming from gender equality and women's economic empowerment positively impact us all. So let's keep working together to continue expanding the evidence base, bringing in more actors, and collectively achieve the aspirations of Agendas 2030 and 2063. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Tracy, for your remarks. You have missed the dinner that we had tonight, but we hope the e-dinner also will work for you today. It's daytime where you are. Thank you for being with us today. Let's now call upon the CEO, Private Sector Federation, to come and give his remarks. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, our guest, Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, Chief Gender Monitoring UN Residence Coordinator, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My role is to give a vote of thanks, and I'm going to first start with the initiators and promoters of this program. I don't know if my former chairman, Benjamin Megasamajeda, is still here, but actually it started in his office when Mama Rose came to visit us. I have to confess, I didn't see the instance of gender promotion in a business because I asked them, where is gender in money? Luckily, she insisted, and today we are here celebrating the success. Companies have been certified, others have got certificates. As you will see, there is a signature of Stephen, the former opposer, and now he has confirmed. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the promoters again, UN, thank you so much. UNDP, thank you so much. Gender Monitoring Office, thank you so much. PSF staff, there is a lady called the Cremance. Thank you so much, because one day she attacked me in the office and she said, CEO, you're against gender equality. You know, the moods of CEOs at some moments, I was like, that is insubordination. So I thought she would get out of the office, but she looked at me and said, no, we have to promote gender equality in private sectors. So thank you. If HR is listening, he should give you a certificate and certify you. Through your support and promotion that we have got, a number of achievements have been made, and I'm going to just mention 3 of them, which I think are really important. First is that with the support of UNDP and all other stakeholders that have worked with, we are able to start a project of women champions, where the startup business done by women, at least we got a guarantee provided by UNDP, and it is good. It is in good progress. A number of 7 companies were already certified, and 1 from each province. So thank you so much once again. Second is the access to finance, where with the support again of UNDP and all other stakeholders, we have done a strategy for establishment of one finance fund, and we hope this is going to do a lot of positive things. Finally, as you understand, the private sector is going under the leadership election processes, and again with support of Mama Rose, I will request that you don't disclose it when you come here. They did an audit in PSF to establish the percentages. And if I tell you what happened, you will not clap after my speech. So I'll keep it a secret. But now through these election processes, we are able to improve our statistics. So far, out of 318 elected offices, 140 are occupied by ladies. So from an undisclosed figure to 140, it's a good progress. We are remaining with 1 session of election, that is the chairman and the chairperson and the 2 vices. And for purposes of security, job and employment security, I will not give my preference whether I want a lady or a gentleman, but I look forward to a gender balanced chairperson. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
Sir, thank you, the CEO, Private Sector Federation, for your remarks. So long as the current number is good, I'm sure we don't mind what it was before. Thank you very much. I now have the honor of inviting the the hardest working Chief Gender Monitor, the eye opener in the gender equality seal journey. The relentless efforts she put in got us where we are today. Well done, Madam Rose.
Honorable ministers, Your Excellency, Ambassador of the Republic of Turkey, UN Resident Coordinator and UN agencies here present, Chairperson of PSF, CEOs, Head of Government Institutions, members of the Certification Committee for the Gender Seal, colleagues here present, good evening. And let me remind you that we are still in the month of the International Women's Day, and I want to wish you really a happy International Women's Day again. Today, we are so grateful for the highest leadership of this country for making gender equality a national priority and a reality. Allow me to congratulate the private companies and the public institutions awarded and those recognized for promoting gender accountability tonight. The Gender Monitoring Office has been impressed by how the private sector has taken on board the new concept of gender accountability, and especially how each company has been innovative in responding to gender gaps we identified together. We have seen some of the excellent initiatives, and in some of the videos you watched tonight, this is a real proof that progress on gender equality in the private sector really can happen. Thank you so much. The journey we started together 3 years ago, it was not easy. Remember when I went to some of your companies, I tried to present myself, to introduce myself, and I was saying, they were really looking at me like I was coming not from hell, from heaven. I said, Chief, first of all, in that world, you are a CEO, you are an MD, and you have money and you have business. Now, you come and you tell them, I'm a chief and you are a woman. Okay, they say, okay, chief of what? And chief of gender? What is chief of gender? They're looking at me like, really, I'm coming from somewhere, I don't say where. And today, my friend and partner, CEO of PSF, knows that there is a chief gender monitor. Thank you. Thank you so much, PSF. You have been great. And really, we are so grateful. We have seen what you have done in this journey, and we are celebrating today because of the work you have done. But more importantly, you have trusted the government to take you there. And the partnership between the government and the private sector is something that can do wonders when really we want it and we do it. I would also like to express my gratitude to all development partners who, through the UN, especially UNDP and UN Women, have ensured that we have means to sustain our program and have contributed to remarkable efforts to strengthen GMO institutional capacity, because it was not easy and familiar to uphold those companies for gender accountability. It was a new world, it was a new world, and together we made it. Thank you so much. While I'm talking about partners, you see, you have seen UNDP, you have seen UN Women, you have seen the one UN. but you don't know some of those UN agencies that you have worked with have been really been supported by the UN resident coordinator. He believed in us. Thank you so much for that. You've encouraged, you have supported, and you have been with us all along the journey. We really recognize that. But you know, there are so many people behind this. We see the head of agencies and the CEOs and the chief of what, as some of you was asking me, your chief of what, but we have so many people working behind the scene. I really want to recognize our friend and partner, Odette Kabaya. Can you stand up, please? Please. Thank you so much, Odette. Odette is in the regional office in Addis Ababa, UNDP regional office. She's the team leader for Gender Center. And she has been the one who originated this with somebody who is hiding behind very far. Nadine, stand up, please. I don't see Nadine, but maybe the camera will see and put her on the screen. But what I want to say, I'm really grateful. You really believed in us, you supported us, you showed us the way, you linked us and convened when it was necessary. We are very thankful. Last but not least, please join me to thank all colleagues from PSF, the UN family, public institutions, consultants, and what we call the Gender Seal Committee of the different companies that you have seen tonight. Guys, stand up and let people recognize your efforts. I will not end this address without really thanking my colleagues in the Gender Monitoring Office. They have worked tirelessly. They have been behind all this. Of course, everybody talks about Mama Rose, but most of the time I'm relaxing and getting the credit. Thank you, colleagues. You are wonderful. I'd like to end this address thanking both ministers. It is an honor so that we have honored this evening. It is not something, we know your time is very important, but you accepted to spend the whole night. We had promised you something very short, but you know, we've tried to extend it so that we stay together. Thank you and a good evening.
Thank you, CGM. Before you leave the stage, kindly, if you could please invite the guest of honor to give us his closing remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Diana, to remind me my task. Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, I'm very honored to ask you to come and close this session. And I thank you again for being with us so late in the night. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Turkey, the Chief Gender Monitor, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, the Resident Representative of the United Nations Development Program, the heads of private sector companies here present, and the development partners, all distinguished guests, I wish you a good evening, though we are at the end of the ceremony. And I also take the opportunity to wish you a good and happy International Women's Day.
On that special day, it's frequent that people receive flowers, and it's nice to receive flowers. Personally, I received 5 bouquets, 6, I think, 6. But I think that all of us, we know that the real point, the real work, the real topic of the day is like this one who's gathering us here, to think about how to promote gender equality. It's us to focus our eyes on what is to be done, to celebrate the engagements, to reward the achievements, and really to keep the path going forward. Hence, it's for me an honor to preside the certification event. It has been said, and I'm glad to repeat it, it's the first of its kind in Rwanda, celebrating achievements made by the private sector companies and the government institution in promoting gender equality. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Gender Monitoring Office, the Private Sector Federation, the United Nations Development Program, the UN Women, for championing this initiative in Rwanda and making this event happening. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality continues to be part of Rwanda's priorities. As we're all aware, we are different, and we have legal, policy, and development framework, including the National Strategy for Transformation, that commit to an inclusive development agenda with no one left behind. More specifically, the strategy has 3 overarching objectives across 3 pillars. 1, accelerating a private-led sector to an economic growth and increased productivity. 2nd, to develop a capable and skilled workforce with quality standards of living and a stable and secure society. 3rd, to consolidate good governance and justice as building blocks for equitable and sustainable national development. Reiterating what I've said earlier, gender equality is an approach to achieving meaningful and sustainable development. This means that it is everybody's responsibility, and especially the private sector, to contribute towards these broader national objectives. The private sector employs over 90% of Rwanda's workforce, where women account for close to 45. I think the Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion said 41.2 of the labor force. However, majority are involved in subsistence agriculture, and those traditionally known as branded as job for women. Different actors, including the private sector, have a major role to play in changing this trend. We need to see more women on and chairing corporate boards, executive committees, and other roles that influence decision-making. I have been working in the private sector for almost 2 decades. And I know how it feels to be the only female on a CEO roundtable, or to be the only female on a boardroom. To change this trend, this can only be possible if all of us are intentional about it. And I was glad to see that the videos were showing that achievement are possible. The government of Rwanda continues its efforts in ensuring and enabling environment that open equal and fair treatment to both men and women for the greater good of the nation. The government also continues to create a conducive business environment through different initiatives like removing obstacles to company registration, like cross-border trade, like Made in Rwanda initiatives, like regional trade facilitation through these regional blocks we belong to, EAC, COMESA, IFCFTA, ICAS. Enabling men and women to tap into these opportunities should be our priority. It is then important to highlight that this work, like the one we celebrate today, has been greatly supported by our committed development partners who have been part of the journey on gender equality and accountability. It takes this opportunity to not only acknowledge the development partners, but to thank you. To thank you for your tireless efforts to help the government and people of the Republic of Rwanda to work towards and reach our goals. Promoting a gender-responsive workplace environment is not a social responsibility matter. It's all about business affairs. It's about business sustainability. Having a healthier and better well-being has a direct impact on the company profitability, on the innovation environment, on the business decisions, and ultimately to make more money. I was glad to see the short and very quick example in Sorwate, from 10 kilos to 50. Figures speak from their own. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to extend my congratulatory message to the different companies and public institutions that have been awarded the Gender Equality Seal. We thank you for your candid efforts in promoting gender equality. Today, I have been rewarding 9 companies. I hope that next year, there will be 90. And the following year, there will be 900. There is an African saying that goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I would like to encourage other private companies and public institutions to go through the self-assessment exercise and identify the various limitations to gender equality, and then to create action plans that can bridge the gap. Sustainability is at the core of all the most ambitious plans that our country has for itself and for the future. Let us make it a reality. I thank you for the very exciting evening, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your remarks. Thank you very much. I also take this opportunity to thank you all for being such a wonderful audience today. We had organized a group photo at the end. You saw it on the agenda, but we managed to squeeze it in. So we won't take any more of your time. But before I hand over to my colleague, let me remind the companies that have gotten the gender seal that there is a validity period to it. It's that type of PhD where you have to keep studying. It's valid for 3 years. You've been rewarded for the wonderful work done, and you are being encouraged to take even further steps for excellence. So don't relent. Let's get platinum, why not? Let's see if it's there in Rwanda. I know this is the top, but we'll probably speak to Mama Rose to consider something big, a diamond trophy or something. Thank you very much. And,
as Mr. Diana says, really we would like to really say thank you for listening to us, for supporting us. We would like to thank you for choosing us, leaders from PSF, GMO, UN Women, UNDP, Resident Coordinator's Office, the CEOs. I know that they chose us through PSF somehow indirectly. So we would like to really appreciate the trust you gave us. We apologize where we let you down, especially time mismanagement. It's very hard to know who mismanaged it, but we take the blame. No, I'm really not accusing anyone, but we take the blame for time mismanagement. We would like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts on behalf of, I wanted to say this organizing team. No, organizing team. We have a team, the joint communications team, PSF, UNDP, Resident Coordinator's Office, GMO, all those came together to make sure that what we would be able to listen to people who are in New York, in Addis Ababa. So thank you so much, communications team. We had a joint protocol team, very beautiful and handsome men you saw around, making sure that you're comfortable. Thank you so much, Serena, for delicious food and some tea and some water and other drinks. Thank you so much for making us comfortable. On behalf of the organizing team, we really would like to thank you and wish you a good night and a very nice weekend and a happy International Women's Month, year, forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mwakoze kuduha ikiraka.
Être seul c'est difficile, et là ça fait des années. Et de juger c'est facile, surtout quand on n'y a pas goûté. Le plus dur, bah, c'est